All right. And we had testimony that you would label south, west, north, and east.
We use compass directions.
All right. Which is contrary to some other place which use A, B, C, and D signs.
Yeah, the fire department, for tactical purposes, use A, B, and C. For investigative purposes, we use compass directions.
All right. And I only bring that up because later on when the firemen talk,
Yes.
there might be some clarification.
Yes.
Okay. So let me, and then so you said that you would do the outside, then do the inside photographing during that period of time.
Yes.
And so let's start with that. First of all, I'm going to show you the first slide of State's Exhibit number 43. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the Fultz Avenue area.
All right.
Fultz Street Avenue.
And there's several yellow boxes around homes. Do you recognize the house that you were investigating?
Yes, 719 Fultz Street.
All right. And it's obviously clearly labeled 719 Fultz on that slide, correct?
Yes.
And so you indicated that you started with the exterior. So what are we looking at here?
This would be the front side of the structure, which would be the south side of the structure.
All right. And this picture we're looking at here would obviously be after the fire is out, fair?
Yes.
And at this point, has anything been done or disturbed other than what was necessary to put the fire out?
No.
Okay. And I prior to you taking the stand, did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit number 43 and all the 58 slides involved?
Yes.
And of those 58 slides, of those, the ones that were photographs that we're about to see, did they all accurately depict the scene that you saw that day?
That is correct.
All right. So this would be the front and south side. What are we looking at here?
That would be the south and the west side of the house.
All right. So at this point in time, you've just started your inspection. At this point, do you notice anything that is significant to you as a fire investigator?
Yeah, so just to clarify, as I was doing my walk around, Investigator Illy was behind me photographing, and I did my visual walk around inspection.
He took the photos, but you had an opportunity to see them, and you're indicating that
Yes.
they are accurate representations?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this shows that the fire damage, and what we're looking for when we do our exterior examination is burn patterns, intensity patterns, movement patterns, and the general damage that the fire has left behind.
All right. And in this situation, what strikes you as significant, if anything?
So in this particular photo here, the significant damage in this photo is to the front south side of the house. And this particular photo, at one time prior to the fire, this structure had a full covered porch roof covering the front porch. And you can see with this photo that front porch roof is completely consumed by the fire.
And so, porch fires, are they of some significance to you?
Well, they're always, porch fires is always a significant. I mean, they're outside, burning. You always have to make a determination as where did it start from the exterior and go interior, or go from the interior to the exterior.
All right, so at this point in time, you've noted that the fire appears to be significant on the porch and had done a lot of damage to that structure. Actually, looks like it completely took the whole roof of the porch off.
Yes.
Slide 6. What are we looking at here?
So this is the west side of the house. They're again showing some of the fire patterns from the front of the house extending up towards the roof level on the west side of the house, and just the general damage that the fire has left.
All right, now you see there's a yellow arrow that's been
Yes.
placed on that photograph. What's the significance of that arrow, or what is it?
So it's what we identify as fire patterns, and this is an upward, outward, like a V pattern, what we call it. And you can see there's more fire damage down low, and then it's working its way upward and outward. And what it's doing here is going from the porch floor level And then as the porch roof is consumed, it's working its way up to the other portion of the roof, to the attic area of the structure.
And what does this information help you determine?
There again, it's telling us, it's identifying the origin area of the fire, and we can see by looking at these other windows, there's no fire, smoke, or heat venting out these other windows. So it's telling us, it's an indication that the fire is outside versus inside.
Okay. Now showing you slide number 7 of 58. What are we looking at here?
So there again, the west side of the house, but kind of towards the back part area, and you can see. I think I can touch this. Does that show up on the screen? No.
You have to go. Yes, you can.
Oh, let me.
You have to hit the annotator, Mr.
Oh,
the principal.
you mean Mr. D'Angelo?
If you hit the annotate button, then he can. There you go. Okay,
Oh.
so see in the right-hand corner,
Right up here.
up at the
Yeah.
top, hit that. But you should be able to erase whatever's
Clear
on there
Clear.
first.
Yeah, you see play.
Yeah.
Pencil on the right, the second column, second down. Yep. No, sorry, keep going down, there's an eraser.
Yeah.
One more down. There you go. You can erase everything you've already done.
Maybe you should come on down, Judge.
No, he's got it.
I got it. I'm hitting clear. It's just not working.
What'd you say?
I'm hitting the clear button.
That's okay, he's got it going.
Okay.
All right. So in this photo, what I see here is some what we call irregular burn patterns, not consistent with the other burn patterns that we've seen going up to the attic area.
So if you got it now, hit the highlight button.
And so those irregular burn patterns are here, 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 and then here, in this area here.
All right. And so when you say irregular, why is it irregular?
Well, the fire starts on the front part of the house. You would not, and there's no fire coming out these windows. The windows most likely were broken by the fire department for suppression purposes or ventilation purposes. And as you can see, the window frames and all that, there's no heat, no fire coming out those. So you should not have any of these patterns here.
All right. Showing you slide 8 of 58. Would this just be,
So you can go down to the very bottom and hit clear. There you go.
this is just a different angle looking more backwards toward the same photograph, correct?
That's correct.
And so in this picture, we can actually see a satellite dish. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And let's move to slide 9. This is up close of that satellite dish, correct?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here that's significant?
So there again, those same irregular patterns. The majority of the fire is not on this side by the satellite dish, but what I see is this here and down in here, this area here, you have some smoke staining as if something was burning on the siding itself.
All right. Do you recall what material the siding was made of?
I believe it was aluminum siding.
All right. And is that significant in, I guess, being a fuel for a fire?
No, the aluminum melts. Basically, as it's heated, it's melts. It's not a fuel to the fire.
All right. As opposed to a wood siding?
That's correct.
All right. Showing you slide 10 of 58. What are we looking at here?
So that's just the northwest corner of the house.
All right. And slide 11.
North side of the house, there again, looking at the windows, there's no fire or smoke venting out those windows. The windows were closed at the time of the fire, so it indicates again that the fire is not inside the house.
All right. And when you say the fire's not inside
It doesn't
the house,
originate inside the
all
house.
right. And slide 12.
That's the northeast corner.
All right. And similar assessments here?
Yes.
All right. And slide 13 of 58.
So there again, you can see this is the east side of the house. As you look at these windows, There's no fire smoke. These windows are most likely broken out for ventilation purposes by the fire department. You have some smoke and heat coming out of this lower level door, but there again, most of the fire damage is coming from the front portion of the structure and working its way back and working its way up the roof line of that house.
All right, and maybe this picture's a little bit better here. So slide 14 of 58. Does that show a little bit better the pattern on the front?
Yeah, so here's like the attic, where the attic roof would have, or the porch roof, and as it consuming the roof and the fire is going underneath the roof and working its way up the side of the structure to the attic area.
Okay, and then slide 15 of 58.
That's just the lower area of the east side by the front porch steps. And this siding was most likely, this was some vinyl siding here and stuff that was most likely pulled off by the fire department for making sure that there wasn't fire burning underneath the siding.
All right, because underneath, does that look like it's wood underneath, or is that also?
That might still be aluminum siding there. There was a combination of, like, they had did some remodeling or something.
Okay. Slide 16, well, before we start discussing that, let's talk about the other things we do. So you're talking about whether you're going to determine whether it's an accident or intentional. Obviously, there are certain things that maybe are common knowledge, but that are common things that cause accidental fires in homes. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. What types of things are those, and do you look for them?
So we look for accidental fire causes. Electrical malfunction of furnaces, gas furnaces, electric furnaces, malfunctions of any electrical appliance. Maybe the stove was left on inside, smoking. Those are all signs of accidental causes.
All right. And so slide number 16 of 58, what are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the electrical meter there again. So we know that this house had electrical service to it. We document the meter and stuff. And the damage done to the meter was all from exposure to heat. It wasn't causation to the fire. So the electrical meter didn't have anything to do causing the fire.
And you say this damage is from heat. Is there something based on your expertise that you can tell that versus whether it was the cause of the fire?
Yeah, so you still have a lot of the main wiring intact here that goes into the meter. The meter itself is just, like I said, the plastic covering for the meter is melted, but the meter itself is pretty much undamaged.
All right. And so if this was the cause, what would it look like to you?
It would be extremely extensive fire damage to that you would not even be able to see any of this here. It would have been totally pretty much destroyed by the fire.
All right. Moving to slide 17 of 58, what are we looking at here?
This is just an overview of that meter, and behind, you can see where there was some fire extension from the fire itself, but not from the meter.
All right, so this is, oops, I hit the wrong button there. All right, so,
Same thing there, just the meter.
yep. All right, so and I'm trying to use my marker here, but it's not working. Show us where that meter is we were just looking at. All right, so that's just the meter showing you in the debris.
Yes.
All right. Moving to slide 18 of 58, what are we looking at now?
So looking towards the southeast of the house.
All right, and again, now we're just looking at the other side of the porch.
Yeah, so you can see there again why we determined that the fire originated on the front porch. There again, this right here, fire pattern wise, is that we see here's where the porch roof was, and this fire is coming up underneath this and working its way up to the roof line, to the attic area.
All right, and slide 19 of 58, what are we looking at
This
here?
is the porch steps located on the east side.
Okay. And slide 20 of 58.
Close-up of the, kind of the east section of the porch with the front door and the chair there. This is before we touched any of the fire debris.
All right. And this looks to be about the porch also. This is slides 21 of 58.
Yeah, same thing, just the eastern portion of that front porch.
All right, and you talked about the roof. I see there's a window in that door, and right above that, it looks like there's an area where there's slats and opening kind of to the house where you don't see the siding.
Yeah.
Would that be where you were describing the roof was attached?
So yeah, the roof section would have been attached up in this area here. Yeah, up in this area right there.
Oh, it's not. I don't think it's showing. Okay.
That would have come down like this at an angle and went across.
Very good. All right, thank you. Moving to slide 22, and this is just a more full view of that.
Yeah, so this is the western half of the front porch.
All right. And then slide 23.
So that are just investigators getting ready to sift through the fire debris.
All right, and that's actually you in the picture, is that?
Yes, in the black.
All right.
So what we've done here is remove some of this big debris, and now we're starting to sift through the finer debris.
All right, so that whole line of debris that's behind you, that didn't happen from the fire. That happened from you guys moving and getting it out of the way.
Yeah, so we went through all that carefully and then put it aside.
And why do you do that?
Just to get it out of the way so we can continue sifting through the remaining debris.
All right. Now, at this point in time, you're doing all this. At this point in time, you don't know that there's necessarily video showing somebody walking up to this house and lighting it. Fair?
I believe at this time, depending on time frame, that I was aware of the video down that the gentleman had down the street.
Okay, but not the one from 719 forward.
No.
Okay. So now, going to slide 24, we talked with Investigator Weber yesterday, and he told us about the placards and his K9 India. Were you there and present for that?
Yes.
All right. And so these placards, who put the placards there?
So the yellow placards with the numbers I would have put there, and those are based on when Investigator Weber deploys his K9, and he probably explained this yesterday, when the K9 alerts, he puts an orange arrow marker down, and then we follow him with the yellow number markers, because that's going to show where we're going to collect the samples at.
All right, and so that number, so now you have marker number, or placard number 1, and then when you collect that sample, is that then, that sample then number 1?
Yes.
All right, and so then when it goes to the lab and is tested, and if there's a report, that report then would indicate the result of number 1 and would be listed as number 1, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And same all the way down, consistent, 1, 2, 3, 4 through 10?
Yes.
Okay. Slide 25, is that just a closer up of the area where the dog India hit?
Yes.
Okay. And slide 26,
Yes.
and that's a close up of area placard number 2.
Yes.
Slide 27.
3 and 4.
And this, just because it's not clear, where is this located?
This is the front part of the porch, more on the west side.
All right. And slide 28,
Just a close-up of 3,
slide 29,
close-up of 4.
slide 30,
So this shows 3, 4, and 5.
okay? Now these are all seem to be on the ground in front of the porch, is that fair?
Yeah, so you can see also in this slide here is that you have more fire damage on the left side versus the right side.
All right. And then slide 31,
5, yes.
Okay. And you said more on the left side than the right side, and wish my arrow would work here. On the right behind the placard 5, it seems like there's a lot of charcoaled material.
Yes,
But on the right side,
that was all gone.
all right, but on the right side of that picture, it looks like is that paint still there visible?
Yeah, this is the fascia of the bottom portion of the porch, the fascia wood.
Okay,
So this is all intact versus on the other side, it was all consumed.
all right. And so what does that tell you?
Fire direction, direction travel,
All right.
movement patterns.
All right, so even though the entire porch looks to be burned, you can now start focusing in more on the left side of the porch versus the right side of the porch for origin. Is that fair?
Yes.
And slide number 32.
Looking from east to west on the
Now-
front porch. This is after all the debris had been sifted through and removed off of the porch.
All right. And what's the point of removing all the debris off the porch?
Well, we're looking for any clues, any evidence of, accidental causes, electric wiring, smoking debris, any of that stuff,
All right,
and as well as intentional causes.
all right. And slide 33, what does this show?
This is just a chair there again showing fire direction, movement, intensity patterns. You can see on the right side of the chair, the arm and most of the chair is somewhat still intact versus the left side of the chair by the front door where that is consumed by the fire. So we're saying the fire direction is coming from the west to the east.
All right. And slide number 34.
So this just shows our evidence markers and an overview of that area.
All right, so what markers are depicted here?
7, 8, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. And again, those are all the markers that we previously heard were alerts by India.
That's correct.
And slide 35,
That is evidence marker number 9, where India alerted on the step of the front porch on the east side.
all right? And now on 9, it looks like there's a bag next to it.
So just a collection of our samples that we took there, number 9.
And slide 37,
Shows evidence being collected, that was collected there, evidence 6 of that flooring on the porch there.
and slide 38,
Again, it shows evidence that was put in the fire debris bag, gloves, and marker 7 there.
all right, why are the gloves in these pictures?
Well, when we take samples, we put a pair of gloves on, new pair of gloves, clean pair of gloves, and then to show that, then as our sample is collected, then we leave that glove and make sure that's photographed and documented.
All right, so each time you pick up a sample, you put on new gloves?
Yes,
And why do you do that?
to prevent any cross-contamination.
All right. And when you say cross-contamination, just in case, so if you pick up something with an accelerant on it, with those gloves, put it in a bag, then you go pick something else, you could transfer the accelerant from one item to the next.
That's correct.
And you do that to prevent that.
Yes.
And slide 39,
It's the close-up of number 8.
and the evidence bag where it's collected.
Yes.
And so now we're slide 40.
So down in the lower right there, you can see number 10, that was that satellite area.
Okay?
Just a
And
close-up of that area.
that's slide 41 you're describing now? Yeah.
Yes.
And then slide 42.
Then the sampling, then
Okay.
that's after we put it in the bag and sample.
And so now, slide 43 is just indicates interior of 719 Fultz. It's a title slide. And then slide 44.
So this is the interior of the living room. And what we're looking at here is showing that the fire come from the outside to the inside, not from the inside to the outside.
And how does this picture tell a layperson that, or an expert at that?
Degree of damage that we see, there again, it's movement, intensity patterns. We can see that there's still cloth and wood that's uncharred, unburned on the couch. You can see some of the other contents within the home that's unburned that tells us that the fire was not inside.
Okay. And slide 45.
There again, just additional documentation of the interior of the living room. You can see here that the couch still has a lot of cloth material, wood material, the same as this couch right here. And you can see some of the contents in the house that's unburned.
Now on that couch, oh, strike that. To the left of the couch, there's an item there in the floor, in the middle of the floor there. What is that?
This would be like a walker or assist walking device.
Okay. Slide 46.
So this is showing the area directly above those couches, the ceiling area. So the fire itself, and the fire department probably most likely pulled some of the plaster down. In this type of home, the plaster is covering the second floor wood joist. And you can see the degree of damage on these wood floor joists. And there again, it's indicating to us fire burns upward and outward. So the fire comes in after the fire starts on the front porch, breaks the front picture window, and then comes in at a high level of the window, and then goes up across the ceiling, eventually consuming the plaster, and fire penetrates on the wood floor joist.
All right. And that fire, kind of like water, as it goes up, it's looking for somewhere to
Path
go.
of least resistance.
Okay. Slide 47.
There again, just showing that our degree of damage is higher up versus low towards the floor, indicating fire coming from the outside to the inside of this room.
And so if you look at there's a door frame there. Can you show us that? When you say high and low?
So we have more fire damage from the ceiling down to about this level right here.
Okay.
And the rest of it is some heat damage throughout, but the majority of the fire damage is from the ceiling down.
All right. And so in some of these pictures, and I'm going to move to slide 48, in some of these pictures, it looks like the floor is completely blackened. Why would you not assume that that is part of the burn or the fire?
So that's what we call the smoke line of demarcation. When a house burns, when you have a fire in a compartment or a building, is that the smoke fills up the area first. And then right directly behind the smoke is what we call the heat. So the smoke's coming, it's filling up that room, and then here comes the heat from the fire. And then the heat starts to fill up that room, and then here comes the fire behind that heat.
All right. And then when that fire you talked about is going across the ceiling trying to find the path of least resistance, and it burns all the material on the ceiling, where does that material then end up?
Then it ends up on the floor. You know, the plasters, a lot of it ends up on the floor.
All right. Slide number 49.
So there again, this is the kitchen area, just showing the smoke and heat line, what we call the smoke and heat line of demarcation. There again, as that fire is burning outside, it's looking for a path, a flow path, and it's heating up everything that it comes in contact with, and that's why you see the fire damage. And the smoke damage, it's filling up that entire house with smoke.
Now, also in your investigation of the inside of the home, your examination of the inside of the home, is the kitchen of importance to you?
And we always look at the appliances, the stove, and make sure that the burners weren't left on the stove, there wasn't something left on a heat pan or a skillet or something left on.
And what about like plugs and outlets and things of that nature?
Yeah, we look at all that to see, make any determination if the fire would have been started from inside that area.
And based on your examination of this kitchen at 719 volts, was there anything in there from the appliances or outlets that would indicate that the fire may have started inside?
No, there was no indication of any cause of fire within inside the kitchen.
All right, so now slide 50 is a title slide indicating second floor 719 volts. So let's look at slide 51. So what are we looking at here?
So this is the stairway leading to the second floor. And the significance of any stairway is it's a flow path for smoke and heat and fire to travel. And so in this case here, once that front window was broken out by the fire that started outside on the porch, it travels into the interior. And as we talked previously, the path of least resistance. The stairways acts like a chimney effect for the smoke and all the superheated gases to travel up to the second floor. In a two-story house, most likely where all the bedrooms that people sleep at.
And that's significant as much, well, strike that. So when you say the gases, what's the significance of the gases?
Well, that's what people breathe in when they're inside a fire and they die inside a fire. Is they inhale the superheated gases, the smoke, products of combustion, and then they get a high CO level, which then renders them, unconscious, and eventually they can't get out, and eventually will die in a fire.
All right. Did you ever, as part of your job with the Ohio State Fire Marshal, were you ever a fireman?
I still am a firefighter.
Okay, and do you actually, did you have the occasion to fight fires?
Yes.
Could you please describe and you've been inside homes that have been on fire.
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what the conditions are like when you are inside a home that's on fire?
The conditions are you cannot see anything. You cannot even see your glove in front of your hand. As firefighters, when we go inside, two reasons why we're going inside a house. One is we're looking for victims. Two is we're trying to locate the fire to put the fire out. So as we're searching for victims, you can't see. So we have to use our hands, use our tools that have long handles to try to search for victims because you cannot see. And one is you can always feel the heat coming down on your head and on your back and stuff. So you have to be aware of fire conditions within inside the structure also. Because like I said, you can't see anything. So you have to kind of go by what senses you have left, feeling that heat as you're working your way into the house looking for or searching for victims.
And when you would go into those homes, would you have a breathing apparatus?
Yes, we would have a self-contained breathing apparatus that gives you about 30 minutes or less of air.
All right. So as a firefighter, you would have oxygen, so that wouldn't be an effect on you.
Right.
And you would have clothing that would help with the heat.
That's correct.
All right. And it's still, is it fair to say that it's still difficult? Conditions?
Absolutely, yes.
So even though there might not be fire actually inside the house initially, because if you've told us that at this point it seems like the fire is starting outside, once that fire breaks that window, even though there might not be fire flames inside, what would be the condition on the inside?
So you would still have the smoke and heat, and in this case here, the fire eventually gets inside the house, it's working in the walls and the ceilings because it's penetrated those protective areas outside, and now has worked its way inside.
All right. Slide number 52 of 58. What are we seeing here?
So this is the second floor hallway.
So would this be the top of the step there we see at the bottom of the screen?
Yep, top of the step, looking into the hallway.
All right. And would the bathrooms then be in one of these doors here to the right?
I believe the first one to the right is the bathroom.
All right. Slide 53 of 58 is also a title slide indicating basement of 719 volts. Before we go to that slide, sometimes it's questioned like, well, why don't people just run out the door, or why don't they just do this? Is there any reason that happens? Is there any phenomenon that goes on or happens?
Well, yeah, the effects of the carbon monoxide being produced by the smoke of the fire. When you're sleeping, you're at your time where you're not aware of what's going on around. You're in a deep sleep and stuff, and then you have a fire, and then you inhale smoke, and then your CO level goes up. You start to lose your level of consciousness.
All right.
And you get confused, eventually rendering unconscious, and then not being able to be aware of your surroundings to get out on fire.
All right. So slide 54 of 58,
This is going down the basement steps.
okay? And slide 55 of 58.
Just an overview of the basement there and the bed that the one occupant was staying in.
And as we discussed earlier in the kitchen, are there things in the basement that sometimes can be the causes for accidental fires?
Sure.
Okay. And what types of things in the basement would you be looking for?
So in most houses, your furnace, your hot water tank, your gas meter, electrical appliances are in the basement.
All right, so like in this photograph here on slide 55, we can see there's a refrigerator, looks like there's a radio or stereo, TV, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as this, it looks like the floor is full of water. That would be from the
Suppression of the fire.
all right. And as far as fire damage in this basement, how much, if any, was there?
No fire damage, just some moderate smoke damage in there.
All right. And slide 56 of 58,
There again, just an overview of that basement.
and over here would be the hot water
Hot
area?
water tank, yes.
Okay. And slide 57 of 58,
That is a picture of the electrical panel, service panel.
and what's the purpose of inspecting that?
So there again, we have to document the house was serviced with, gas and electric. We're documenting electrical panel, documenting the lack that there is no fire damage within that panel or around that panel.
All right, and would it be fair to say that that would be the source where all electricity that goes into the house would come through that panel?
That's correct.
So is that could be a source of accidental fire?
Yes.
And slide 50, I guess slide 58 is blank. All right. You talked about the fact that at some point in time, you did see during your investigation at the scene that day a video from 714 Fultz, the house catty corner, so to speak. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when you were able to visualize that, what did you see?
So when I got there to the house, I was with one of the Akron fire investigators. There was two Akron police officers there viewing the video. And at that time, they had showed us that they had seen a subject in the video running up to the house that was on fire and appeared to be carrying a jug or some type of container up to the house and igniting the fire.
All right, so now when you say igniting the fire, do you actually see that in the video from the,
So you don't see him that person actually dumping the material, but when he lights it, you can see the flash.
all right. So basically, you see the guy at an angle go behind to the side of the house, and then you see a flash?
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
At some point in time, were you aware that there was cameras or surveillance cameras on 719 Fultz?
Yes.
All right. And did somebody collect those as far as you know?
Yes.
Or not the cameras, but the I guess the DVR.
Yes.
At some point in time, were you able to then visualize that?
Yeah, that was several months after the fire.
And why did it take so long to do that?
Initially, when APD went into the house and collected the DVR, I believe they collected the cable DVR and not the video camera DVR. So they had to go back in and find the video camera DVR and collect that and then have it looked at to retrieve those videos off of that.
Okay. And of course, that DVR had been inside the house where their fire was, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So when you, did you then ultimately have a chance to view that?
Yes.
Prior to viewing that, Did you then take all the information you had gathered from your investigation, and ultimately did you make an opinion as to whether this was an accidental or intentionally set fire?
Yes, I did.
All right. What was that opinion?
That it was an incendiary fire, that was an intentionally set fire.
And where would the origin have been?
The origin would have been on the front porch of the house,
Which
on the west side.
Okay. And that opinion that you're giving here today, is that within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
All right. At some point then, did you, you said you had viewed that video of the from 719 Fultz. I'm going to show you, Matt approached me.
Show the council. You do, Laura.
To show you what's been marked as state's exhibits number 54, 55, and 56. Tell me if you recognize those, or what they depict.
Yes, these are 3 frames from a video from where the fire scene, where the fire occurred at, from their video surveillance system.
All right. And then it also shows an aerial photo of the area, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I? Do these exhibits accurately depict the video, or at least a snapshot of that video that you saw?
That's correct, it does.
Your Honor, may I?
You may publish to the jury, thank you.
All right, so states 54. Let's see here. And of course, we have glare.
If you shut off, okay, so my understanding is if you actually shut off the light on the camera,
Yeah,
on
I
the
did.
dot camera, it won't be still.
Yeah, I did. I thought I did that last time. So
Maybe
that.
Joe can help you.
Well, so there's the lamp on. There's the lamp off. It seems to be the same. I think you got it this one. All right.
Can you go, I know you can adjust it up and down. No, oh, I think the farther away is the better.
Yeah.
There, yeah, a little bit.
All right. So in this state's exhibit number 54, there's a little arrow indicating an individual. Just in case it's not clear at this point, what side of the house are we looking at here?
This would be the west side,
All right. And the individual is standing where?
right by the front porch on the west side.
All right. So he would be in front of that satellite
Yes,
dish. Okay. And the area that he's putting the stuff on, whatever it was that the area where India had indicated, I believe, number 2, alerted number 2,
yes.
and showing you states 55. What is that indicating or showing?
That, I believe, is the flash from the ignitable liquid after it was ignited.
Okay, so when we see this large ball of light, what is that? What significance, if any, does that have to you?
So what that is, it's the vapors emitting off the ignitable liquid, the gasoline or lighter fluid, whatever that may be used, is the vapors, once an open flame is introduced to those vapors, it ignites, it poofs. Just similar to when you light, if you leave the gas on your grill and you go to light it, you get that whoosh. That's what this is.
All right. And for the purposes of this, if I were to take a match to that wooden porch and hold it there, would I ever see this poof or flash of light like this?
Not without ignitable liquid being there.
All right. So for you, when you see that big flash or big poof, is that an indicator to you that something, an accelerant is being used?
Yes.
Okay. And states exhibit number 56.
That's after the fire was ignited and the subject running away from the house.
All right. So did this confirm, you had visual confirmation also to support your now opinion of where the fire started and that it was intentional?
Yes.
At this point in time, I'm just going to go through with him, I know it might be laborious, but the exhibits of those items, so.
Sure.
All right, so Investigator Peterman, I had you bring in a series of packets that have been labeled, I think states, starting with states exhibits. Can you read that?
Yeah, this is sample 1
What is it?
Yeah, the number.
on exhibit 44.
Okay, starting with exhibit number 44, I asked you to bring in a series of samples that you took that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And these samples here, I think there's 10 of them. What do they represent?
This represents the fire debris that you've seen where the yellow markers were on the slide presentation, 1 through 10. These are the actual collected samples placed in fire debris evidence bags, sealed, labeled, and then submitted to our forensic laboratory from the fire scene.
All right, so just so that we can be thorough in this, states exhibit, what number is it?
44?
44. That one you said is item number 1?
Yes.
All right, and is that, how do you know that that's item number 1?
Well, it has my writing on it with the item number 1, and then when I seal the evidence bag, I put my initials over the seal, and then it has our case number on it.
Okay. And then states exhibit number 45, if you could please identify that.
Same thing, sample number 2, west side of porch, at floor level, has my initials on it.
Okay, and states exhibit number 46.
This is number 3, south side, southwest corner of porch on ground. Number 4 is the blue bag.
Oh,
Has my initials on the evidence bag.
and states exhibit number 47, now that's in a blue bag, but if you need to open it up,
No,
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt.
that's okay.
Was 46 sample number 3, is that what you said?
46, item number 3.
Thank you.
47, item number 4. The reason it's in a blue bag because there's a hole in the actual bag, so I don't want to take it out because it'll go everywhere.
But you just put it in that blue bag?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
you had an opportunity to look at that,
Yes.
review it?
Yep.
Before you put it in the bag this
Yep.
morning?
Yes.
Okay. That's 4? Okay.
Sample number 5, south side east porch, ground level,
And what exhibit number is that?
and that's 48. They're again identified with my initials on the seal.
Okay, and states exhibit 49?
Number 6, front porch floor at doorway, and it's identified as sample number 6.
States exhibit number 50?
Number 7, front porch floor south. It's fire debris.
And I'm sorry, what item number was that?
Number 5, exhibit number 50.
Item 5 or item 7?
Oh, I'm sorry, item 7, exhibit number 50.
Okay. And states exhibit number 51? What's the item number on that?
Is item 8, front porch floor near front window.
State's Exhibit number 52.
Item number 9, front porch east side at steps, top steps.
And State's Exhibit number 53.
53 is item 10. This is the aluminum siding near where the satellite dish was located on the west side of the house.
Once you collect these things, you mark them, identified them, what do you do with these items then?
They're then prepared, sealed, transported into our forensic lab in Reynoldsburg.
In Reynoldsburg, would that be somewhere near Columbus?
Yes,
And what's in Reynoldsburg?
that's where our office is located and the location of our forensic laboratory.
And the purpose of submitting to your lab is to what?
To identify those samples if there was any ignitable liquid presence within the sample.
And in the 10 items that you submitted were all items that were alerts or from the areas that were alerts from India, is that right?
That's correct.
You said earlier that you were a canine handler at one point in time, fair?
Yes.
And Investigator Weber told us about training and dogs and why they're used. Are dogs always correct?
They're not always correct, but they have a much better sense of smell than humans do.
Do the dogs sometimes hit on things that are not accelerants?
Yes,
And why is that?
because there's a presence of some type of petroleum-based form that may be in there, like such as nail polish or roofing material or some other material that has a petroleum base on it that the dogs indicate on.
All right. And so the dog doesn't know whether it's smelling charcoal fluid or petroleum-based nail polish. Is that fair?
That's correct.
All right. So they hit it, you collect it, and then you send it to the lab.
Verified by the laboratory analysis.
There you go. All right, I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Harmon?
Go, just 1 minute.
Amen.
While he's talking, let me just, Investigator Peterman, once you do what you've done here today, as far as determining who would have set the fire based on your finding that it was intentionally set, do you have any involvement with determining who that was?
Yeah, we work with the local authorities and assisting any way that we can in finding out who's responsible for setting that fire.
All right. And in this case, the Akron Police Department took that portion of the investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
So you did not interview people or do further investigation regarding who might have set that?
No, that was all Akron PD.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Harmon.
Good morning, Mr. Peterman. You know I'm Scott Riley. We actually met this morning, correct?
Correct.
Just a couple very quick questions for you. I've had an opportunity to go through your report of investigation. We talked, that's a 6-page document, correct?
Yes.
And then after that 6-page document, there are 4 one-page addendums, correct?
Yes.
And that just updated on the progress or what you were doing, if anything, after April of 2016, correct?
That's correct.
And in October of 2016, October 26, you make a notation that you made contact with the Akron Police Department.
Yes.
And then the very next day, October 27th of 2016, you returned, there's a physical evidence receipt showing return of the physical evidence you had to the Akron Police Department, correct?
I believe it was returned to Akron Fire.
Akron Fire. Sorry, my F looked like a P, so my bad. AFD, not APD. On December 7th of 2016, there's a notation that you contacted Detective Tanisha Stewart, correct?
Yes,
And as far as you knew, she was the lead investigator for Akron Police Department as it relates to this case, correct?
that's correct.
And then on January 9th of 2017, there's another notation that you returned video evidence to the Akron Fire Department, correct?
That's correct.
And when you say that you returned the video evidence to the Akron Fire Department, do you know exactly what was returned to Akron Fire?
That could have been the DVRs that were taken out of the house and the actual DVs themselves that our forensic lab would have put together.
But you can't say whether it was the videos obtained from 719 Fultz versus 714 Fultz, let's say.
I'd have to look at the evidence sheet. All the evidence for that was turned over to Akron Fire.
So essentially, you closed out what you had in terms of evidence, both physical as well as video, sent it back to Akron Fire.
Yeah, since they were the lead agency per se, we were assisting them that it was better that they hold on to the evidence.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect, Mr. LaFrenzy?
We're good, thank you, George.
All right, so, Investor Peterman, I do understand that you are coming back. I will give you the oath when you come back, but I will instruct you between now and the time you come back to testify, you are not to discuss your testimony here today, the state of your testimony, and unless it's in preparation for your next testimony, you will speak to no one about your testimony.
That's correct. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. Can you, I'm sorry, Barb, just briefly, I want to just... Given you concerning your conduct, it's important for you to be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. This includes family, friends, and the media. You must not post or read anything about this case on the internet or any electronic device, including cell phones. Any such discussion, if discovered, could lead to a mistrial and severely compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion on this case until it's finally been submitted to you. I have 10:20, so if you'll be back in the jury room at 10:35, we'll proceed with the rest of our morning session. We're adjourned. Oh, notepads upside down in your chairs.
Come please, as a given session, Honorable Christine Croce presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Here in the state's going to call Molly Jordan.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there in the witness chair. Once you're seated and settled, take your mask off, and then I'll just ask that you speak into the microphone so we can hear your testimony.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would please introduce yourself to the jury by telling them your full name and spell your last name for the court report.
My name is Molly Jordan. Last name is Jordan.
And maybe, just in case, you spell your first name too.
Mollie.
Thank you. And Ms. Jordan, how are you employed?
I'm employed by the State Fire Marshal's Forensic Lab,
And where is that located?
Reynoldsburg, Ohio.
And how long have you worked for them?
10 years.
And what do you do for them?
My title is criminalist, so I analyze evidence for latent prints, fire debris analysis, and I can also swab for DNA.
All right. And in order to hold that job in the Ohio State Fire Marshal's office, what kind of qualifications do you need?
I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science.
Okay. And beyond your bachelor's degree, do you have additional training or continuing education?
Yes, when I was hired in with the fire marshal's office, I did a 10-month in-house training with our lab supervisor, specifically in fire debris analysis. So after that, I was proficiency tested on my own, so like a blind case to make sure that I know how to do the analysis correctly and I can get the correct results. And then every year from there on out, we do continuing education. We try to do one training a year. So we'll take advanced fire debris classes, classes that have to do with petroleum-laced backgrounds, things that I might run into when I'm analyzing evidence for ignitable liquids.
All right. And you work for the fire marshal. Do you ever go out to scenes or, like our investigator was a fireman also. Do you have to be a fireman or a law enforcement officer in order to hold your position?
No,
Okay. Your position would be strictly scientific. Is that fair?
correct. Any evidence that's picked up is brought to the lab, and that's where we receive it.
Okay. In your 10 years with the fire marshal's office, have you held the same position?
I have.
All right. And during that time frame, do you keep any kind of track or records of how many items you've tested for accelerants?
I did at one point.
Okay.
I haven't looked recently. I think the last time I looked, it was about 1,500 cases I have worked.
And what would that point have been that you?
That was a couple years ago.
All right. So it's fair to say that you've done a significant number of tests on items presented to you for accelerants?
Correct.
Okay. So before we start with this specific case, kind of tell us a little bit about when you say an accelerant, what does that mean in your world?
So an accelerant or ignitable liquid is something that is used to initiate or start or continue a fire.
All right. And what are there certain things that those accelerants are typically made of?
In our world, we call them hydrocarbons, but in the layman's terms, it's just organic properties that can easily ignite.
All right. And what are the most common types of accelerants that you find?
Basically gasoline. It's easily accessible. We all put gas in our vehicles. That's usually a very accessible ignitable liquid.
All right. And so what is it, and maybe we're getting too far into the weeds, and that makes a substance flammable?
I'm not.
Okay. That's probably a bad question. there are different types of accelerants, right? Fair?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us the different types of accelerants?
So when we work a case, we classify accelerants. So when the investigator sends us evidence, they're basically wanting to know if there's any ignitable liquid or accelerant in this debris that's really not supposed to be there. So when we test, we can classify it as a gasoline, we can classify it as a petroleum distillate or an isoparaffinic product. So we have protocols and things that we follow in order to put these in the correct classifications, or if nothing's there, there's nothing there, and we'll report that out as a negative. But we cannot report anything out unless we have something to compare it to. So we have cabinets that we keep all samples in. So I can run, a sample that looks like this and say, okay, I know that this is a gasoline because it looks like our gasoline standard. Same thing with all the other ignitable liquids that we can report out.
All right. And when you say looks like this, you don't mean visually looks like, correct?
Well, I didn't talk about the testing yet, but basically
Right.
when it's tested, it comes up on the computer screen and it just looks like a bunch of peaks. And the peaks mean something to me. It's telling me what that organic compound is. So I can also compare that to my gasoline reference, for example, and I can say, okay, well, this looks similar. Gasoline has like 400 components in it. We don't look for all 400, we look for the primary, but so like when I say visually, I'm looking at what we would call a chromatogram, and it's a bunch of peaks and they have a specific pattern for that ignitable liquid.
All right, so let's go now and talk about the process.
Okay.
So basically, an investigator goes out, they collect samples, they bring them to you, and they go, Ms. Jordan, do your thing. What do you do?
So when we take it back, we'll take it to our prep lab, and I think you've seen they're in the fire debris bags. We will test them in the fire debris bags as they bring them to us. So we basically cut a little hole in the bag and we put a carbon strip. The carbon strip is just about this big, but it's very absorbent. So I hang it in the bag, and then I will actually put that in an oven overnight. So the oven's only about 60 degrees Celsius, so it's not too hot. And a lot of people ask me, why are you putting something that's already been from a fire scene in an oven in the first place? And what that does is it warms it up, so all the volatiles will come and attract to that charcoal strip, because that charcoal strip is what we need to do our analysis. So the next morning I come in and I'll take the sample out and I'll take the charcoal strip out and put it in a little vial, and then I put some solution in there to draw out the volatiles from the charcoal strip to the solution, and then that is what I run on my instrument to be able to analyze.
All right. And then what's the instrument that you run these on?
It's called a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, and we call it GCMS for short.
All right. I like that better. So when you put it on that machine, that is a process that goes through, and then it prints out this report you've told us about. That's what did you say it was not a graph?
Chromatogram.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's where you then analyze the peaks, and then you make a determination based on your training and experience as to what you're looking at.
Yes.
Now, you also said that you kept samples in your lab.
Yes.
And isn't gas just gas? I mean, in other words, if you have gas, why do you have to have samples of different types of gas?
Because you never know what one entity is putting in their gas.
All
There
right.
might be something different, but basically they're a lot the same.
All right, so in other words, if I bought one brand of charcoal fluid, they might have a proprietary blend that's different from another.
Correct, but it would still have the same pattern or the same things that we're looking for.
All right, and so for example, on lighter fluid, what would be in that you would be looking for?
It's really hard to explain it without I don't have a picture to show you, but basically we're looking for peaks that are normal alkanes. It doesn't.
It's okay.
So basically really big peaks, and in between these big peaks are little peaks, and they all mean something. They're all an organic compound. So I can put that up against our standard and look at the different ions of this unknown and decide if it is a petroleum distillate, or if it's gas, or if it's nothing at all.
All right, and the purpose for having the different maybe brands of those things is that once you determine that maybe it is charcoal fluid, you might even be able to determine what maybe even brand it is?
We don't do that. We are not able to say that it is Kingsford, or it is Charcoal Chef, or it is from the dollar store. We're not able to differentiate that because the blend is so similar.
Okay. And so that's not something that can be done?
Correct.
All right. And then once you put the vial of this
Charcoal
substance
strip.
into your
GCMS.
You get your report, you analyze it, then do you make an opinion or render an opinion?
Yes.
And do you then memorialize that opinion in any way?
Yes, I will write a report.
All right. I'm going to show you, may I approach the judge?
You may.
State's Exhibit number 58 for identification purposes. Okay.
On page 2.
Two. Well, it's the C. If you would take a look at that, tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the report that I generated from the case.
All right. And it's appears to be 2 pages. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what's the second page?
It is my CV. We always send these out with whatever analyst work the case. We'll send it out with their report.
All right. And you, CV, just in case, that's so in your world, basically your resume.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you keep that.
Okay.
So in that report, when was that report dated?
April 27th, 2016.
All right. So I'll ask you then, and I kind of jumped ahead by giving you the report, but did you have the opportunity to analyze items that were presented to you from a fire that took place at 719 Fultz in the city of Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
Yes.
How many items did you test? Well,
There-
first of all, how many did you receive?
We received 10.
And how many did you test?
I tested 10.
All right. And I'm going to show you. Investigator Peterman was here just previously, and he went through. Let me have that. State's exhibits number 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, and 53, and I have those here for you. So starting, let's see, I got them backwards. Starting with 44, he had testified this would be item number 1 that he collected from the scene, okay? Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it because this is our label right here, Ohio State Fire Marshal Forensic Lab. When we receive evidence in, every piece of evidence gets its own identifier, which is this label right here. And then my initials are on the seals that I heat sealed it or opened it and closed it. So all my initials are on there.
All right. And so I guess to be thorough, we'll just take that State's Exhibit number 44. State's Exhibit number 45. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, the label and then my initials.
And that label indicates that's item number 2.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit number 46.
Our item number 3, and then my initials are up here.
Okay. Oops, that's right. And this one here was leaking, so I think we put this in the bag. So we
Your number's on the outside.
Yeah, no,
Oh, okay.
I want you to be able to see the back.
So that's item number 4, our barcode, and then my initials.
Okay, and that's State's Exhibit 47. State's Exhibit 48.
R number 5, and my initials.
State's Exhibit number 49.
Is our number 6, and my initials are up here.
Missed one? Let's see, well. State's Exhibit number 51.
That's 8. And then my initials are up here. Did we skip 7?
Yes, we did. And State's Exhibit number 52.
My number 8, number 9, I'm sorry, and then my initials.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 53.
It's our number 10, and my initials are up here.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit. And State's Exhibit number 50.
Our number 7, and the initials are right here.
Okay. So that should be items 1 through 10, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what I marked as State's Exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
So the charcoal strips I was talking about, after I analyzed the case, we actually saved the charcoal strips. So they're each sample is in its own little vial, and this charcoal strip right here is what I hung in the bag when it was in the oven. So this is actually holding the volatiles so they can be retested if necessary. So this actually becomes evidence, and we just label it as an extract with our case.
And then each one of those is labeled with each vial is labeled with your initials, the case number, and the item number?
Each vial is listed with the case number. There's not enough, not my initials, because
Okay.
there's not enough room to write on it.
And the item
But
number?
the envelope is sealed with my initials on it.
And does it have the item number on it?
Yes, on the vial. Each vial has its
Okay.
own item number.
Very good. And so these would be the actual evidence, what you extracted from it, and that's where the testing came from?
Correct.
All right. And then, so let's talk about your report where you memorialized your findings. So you did that, and did you get results in this case?
I did get results on some of the samples.
All right. And were you able to render an opinion after reviewing the results as to whether there is accelerants in each of these items?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to put up here what is a copy of the report I gave to you so that the jury can follow along. Does that appear to be an accurate copy of the item, the exhibit you have in front of you, your report?
Yes.
Okay. So on this, basically it has the date of April 27, 2016, and then it says submitted by Donald Illig, and who is he?
He's another one of our state investigators.
All right. And then you have listed under that 1 through 10.
Correct.
And does the numbers 1 through 10 correspond to the 1 through 10 in the vials and the soil samples?
So the vials are not on this report. This report is what they submitted to us.
Oh, I see.
So the 10 items.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you just use that for the report.
Right.
And then on the right side it says tests or tests. What does that mean?
It's like our little code. Instead of writing out ignitable liquid testing, we'll put an A for that testing, and then other testing have other letters that we use.
All right. And so for this purpose, you are only looking for ignitable fluids.
Correct.
And it was the same test for each one.
Correct.
All right. And so what were your conclusions on item number 1?
Item number 1 was positive for gasoline.
All right. And I guess to keep it clear, were any other items 1 through 10 also gasoline?
Yes, just item number 10. 1
All right,
and
so
10.
1 and 10 were gasoline.
Correct.
All right. Were there any other positive results?
Exhibits number 2, 7, 8, and 9 were positive for a medium petroleum distillate.
All right. So what's the difference between a medium petroleum distillate and gasoline?
So when we think about the refinery process of crude oil and the distillation process that it all goes through, the gasoline is refined and distilled completely different than a medium petroleum distillate is. So from my point of view, on the chromatograms, they have completely different patterns and they have completely different peaks. So for those two, there's not really, like I said, gasoline has like almost 400 items, like components in it. It's completely different than a medium petroleum distillate. The pattern's completely different. It looks like a bell curve. Gasoline is like this long, lots of peaks, so it's completely different classification.
And so that the jury knows, I mean, I think gasoline is pretty self-explanatory, right? When you
Yes.
use the word gasoline, it's like we all use it, correct?
Yes.
And when you say medium petroleum distillate, what would be examples of a medium petroleum distillate?
A very common medium petroleum distillate is like the charcoal lighter fluids you would use to start your grills. There's also minerals, spirits, paint thinners, things that you would use to clean your brushes when you're painting. That's usually a medium petroleum distillate. Some wood stains are medium petroleum distillates, things like that.
And what is, if there's a medium, is there a light or a heavy?
Yeah, so there's a light, a medium, and a heavy. And what that is that's based on the boiling point. And I didn't really talk about that, but during the analysis of the GCMS, the GC, because it's two instruments coupled together, so the GC separates my sample by boiling point. So early, like alcohols, isopropanols are very volatile. Those will come out sooner than, say, like a diesel fuel or a kerosene. So that's what's important for us, is we're separating it by boiling point, lights, mediums, and heavies. And then the mass spec lets us know like what all these peaks are. It's telling us that this is that chemical structure, or this peak is that chemical structure. So coupled together is how I get the chromatogram that I'm using to analyze in casework.
All right. And so what would be some examples of a light petroleum distillate?
Coleman fuel, some like Zippo lighter fuel, Roncinol lighter fluid, a lot of the lighter fluids, and then Coleman fuel are the first ones that come to mind.
All right. And what would be a heavy distillate?
Heavy would be like a kerosene or a diesel.
All right. And then you had some items that were submitted to you that you found no accelerant. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what were those items?
Items number 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And as far as the likelihood of finding a distillate, I mean an accelerant, if it's in there, will you find it?
If it's in there, we will find it. Now, if something was completely consumed by the fire, and say it's something that's light and it's going to evaporate quickly, and the fire completely consumed it, we might not find it because it's all burnt up and evaporated away. If they didn't take the right sample, we might not find it. So it just depends.
All right. If you had a mixture of gasoline and a medium petroleum distillate, would you be able to tell that?
Yes.
All right. And that would have been labeled as a mixture, is that fair?
Yes, we would have reported it out as both gas and MPD on whatever specific item.
All right. And so you had indicated the ignition point, right? The temperature that it ignites, is that how you determine the three?
The boiling point.
Boiling point, I'm sorry, you said boiling point. And do any of these items, gasoline or medium petroleum distillates or others, have different, I guess, strike that. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Jordan, the opinions that you have rendered here today and that are memorialized in your report, I think it's State's Exhibit 57, is that right? 58. Are all those opinions within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Riley?
1 second.
I just know this in the customary.
Judge, at this time, and I know Ms. Jordan's coming back, at this time we have no questions for her.
Oh, that's right.
Right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, Ms. Jordan, I'm going to excuse you for today, but I want to caution you, I will, again, issue the oath when you come back, but I do not want you to talk about the state of your testimony here today or any future testimony unless it's in preparation for your next testimony, okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
And then you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state's going to call Phyllis Polson. Bags here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. You may proceed, Mr. D'Angelo.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Phyllis M. Polson.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. You want to
Oh.
please remove your mask? Sorry, I forgot to give you that instruction.
That's okay.
That's okay. And then speak into the microphone so we can hear your testimony.
Okay.
Thank you.
Phyllis M. Polson. P as in Paul, O-U-L, S as in Sam, O-N as in Nancy.
Ms. Polson, are you currently employed?
Yes, but yes.
Okay. And where are you employed at?
I
Yeah,
work.
hold on a second. Yeah, can you swing that? Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Just so that the attorneys can see your testimony. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah. I have a good view, but I have the best view, so
I am a retired dispatcher. I now work as the assistant operating manager for Dollar Tree.
Okay. And you were a retired dispatcher.
Yes.
For what department were you a dispatcher?
Akron Police and Fire and EMS.
How long were you a dispatcher for Akron Police and Fire and EMS?
30 and a half years.
All with the same agency?
Yes.
Okay. And what did your duties entail as a dispatcher for that agency?
Listening to people that needed help, screaming people, people that were in dire straits for someone to send help to them, whether it was for fire, EMS, or police.
And then you would take their 911 calls, I presume?
Yes, as a rotation.
All right. And then how would the police and fire department know to get there?
I'm sorry?
How would they know to get to the emergency? Would you dispatch them or?
Yes, actually the call taker for the day would take the call. It is computerized. It automatically goes to the appropriate place, whether it be EMS, fire, or police.
Okay. Now, Ms. Polson, I'd like to draw your attention to April 18th of 2016. Do you remember that date?
Somewhat.
Okay. And were you working, do you know if you were working in your capacity as a dispatcher for the Akron Police and Fire Department Dispatch Center on that date?
I was call taking that day.
Okay. And by call taking, that means that you're actually answering the 911 calls?
That is correct.
Did you have an opportunity to receive a series of 911 calls regarding a fire at 719 Fultz on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those calls, can you please describe the demeanor of the callers?
They're mostly they're mostly upset. They can't believe what's going on, and they're usually excited.
Okay. And in these two calls that the jury is going to hear,
Okay.
were these callers relaying to you an event that they were observing or that had recently occurred?
An event that they were observing at the time they made the call.
Okay. Now, Ms. Polson, are the 911 calls that you take recorded?
Yes.
Are they kept in the regular course of the business activity of the Akron Police Department?
Yes.
Is it the regular course of the Akron Police Department to record and save 911 calls that they receive?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 59 at this time.
Conversation recorded on April 18, 2016 at 3:39 on Channel 4.
Ms. Polson, I paused the call there. Do you recognize that first voice you heard? Maybe not the lady giving the date and time stamp, but do you recognize the second voice?
Yes, I do.
And whose voice is that?
It would be mine.
And you've heard this call prior to coming into court today?
Yes, I have.
Fair and accurate depiction of the call that you took on that date,
Yes, it is.
or one of the calls. Okay.
I heard the house that on fire across the street from me on a State Street.
What's your address, ma'am?
I'm at 714 for the services, the rest across the street from this burning me.
Okay, your address is 714 Fultz.
Yeah, and it's right across the street from me.
Okay, what's your name again?
Dennis Huggins.
Alright, we'll get someone out there. Do you know if anyone lives there?
Yeah, there's my husband is going over, he said somebody, there's two things over there, but I don't know them well. He's gone over to see if there's anybody in the house.
Okay. I'll wait.
No, she's got our neighbors, and she's going to see somebody, but
Yeah, they're already on the way.
they're on the way now. Oh, you see somebody's in the house? He said Tommy lives in the basement over there, so he's, I guess, going to go make sure that he's out, or...
Yeah, how long will it take? Because I was going to wait on the phone.
Okay, she was going to wait on the phone. Yeah. I think about coupling over there.
Alright, ma'am, we'll just let them know. You said someone lives in the basement?
Yeah. Yeah, go.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's trying to put his clothes on.
That's okay. I'm going to hang up. I'm going to just put it in there. Somebody else there, okay?
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to publish the second call, which is State's Exhibit number 60.
You may.
Conversation recorded on April 18, 2016 at 3:41 on Channel 4.
Miss Polson, I paused the call at this point. Did you hear your voice on this call?
Yes, I do.
And have you listened to this call prior to coming into court today?
Yes.
Fair and accurate depiction of a 911 call you took on April 18th of 2016 regarding 719 Fultz.
Yes.
There's a fire on 4th Street.
Ma'am, we do have units responding. Do you know if there's anyone in the house?
Yeah, somebody, my son said somebody was upstairs in the house and they tell them to jump out. I don't know.
Are they on the roof or are they on the top floor?
They're on the top. I think all of the roof on the top floor, y'all. They're on the top floor.
All right,
Top floor, ma'am.
okay, they're already on the way.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Gordon, Mr. Riley?
We have no questions.
All right, Ms. Coulson, yours, you, thank you very much.
Thank you,
You're
thank
welcome.
you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this morning. I want to remind you, we're going to take our lunch break. It's 11:20. Our next witness we've moved up, so we're going to be prepared to go at 12:30.
So if you'll be back in the jury room at 12:30, we'll begin. Remember the admonition I've given you at all breaks. It's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. You may not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. This includes family, friends, and the media. You must not post or read anything about this case on the internet or any electronic device, including your cell phone. If discovered, this could lead to a mistrial and again severely compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence, and do not form or express an opinion on this case until it has finally been submitted to you. Leave your notepads upside down on your chairs, and we'll see you at 12:30. We're adjourned.
All right, please. Jurors can remain in the jury room for a few minutes, please. County Court of Common Pleas is again in session. The Honorable Christie Curtis presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. We call Dr. Kohler to the stand.
Dr. Kohler, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Once you're seated and comfortable and settled, if you'll remove your mask and then testify into the microphone, keep your voice up, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury, tell them your full name, and then spell your last name for the court reporter.
I'm Dr. Lisa Kohler, Kohler. I am the Chief Medical Examiner for the County of Summit.
And as the Chief Medical Examiner for the County of Summit, what are your duties?
I determine the cause and the manner of death of individuals who die suddenly and unexpectedly or due to an injury or poisoning when they are in Summit County.
And just because there's so much terminology and people hear on TV so much about coroners, you said you're the Chief Medical Examiner. How does a medical examiner differ from a coroner?
In the state of Ohio, we have 2 counties that have a medical examiner system, Summit County and Cuyahoga County. The other 86 counties have coroners. All of us are physicians, but the coroners are elected to their position and need to run for office every 4 years. Myself and Dr. Gilson are appointed to the position by our county executives and serve at the pleasure of the executive. And as a medical examiner, it is preferred that we be a forensic pathologist, whereas the other 86 coroners are physicians. They are not necessarily trained in forensic pathology.
And that's significant because in order to do autopsies, it's important to have forensic pathology experience, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so there are some counties that have an elected doctor who cannot perform autopsies. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And they actually come to you or Cuyahoga County at times to perform those autopsies for them.
Yes, some of the county coroners employ forensic pathologists like myself to do the autopsies, but other counties who do not have the facilities or do not have a forensic pathologist will contract with a larger county who has those services available.
All right, and since we've talked about the importance of a forensic pathologist, what is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a physician who has received training in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology and has become board certified in both areas. So we're knowledgeable in doing an autopsy, collecting evidence, determining cause and manner of death, and presenting evidence in court.
And you said you're the chief, so how many people are in your office? How many doctors are in your office?
There are a total of 3 of us, myself and 2 others.
All right, and that would be deputies or assistant medical examiners?
Yes, a chief deputy medical examiner and a deputy medical examiner.
All right. And as a chief medical examiner, and I guess your office, do you do autopsies or perform autopsies on every person that dies within the county?
No, we do not.
And how is that determined, which people have autopsies done on?
The Ohio Revised Code indicates which deaths fall under our jurisdiction. So basically, it's anybody who has an injury or a poisoning, or anybody who's dying suddenly without a medical explanation for why they are dying. So we will handle any death that is not natural, so a homicide, a suicide, an accident, but we do handle some natural deaths where a physician has not been taking care of that person for any medical illnesses and they are dying and no one else in the community can sign that death certificate.
And approximately how many autopsies does your office perform each year?
We perform approximately 700 exams each year.
And so let's go back and talk a little bit just about your qualifications in order to, tell us about your background, training, and education.
I received my undergraduate degree from the University of Toledo. That was a Bachelor of Science in Biology. From there, I went on to the Medical College of Ohio, which is now the medical campus of the University of Toledo, where I received my medical degree. After receiving my medical degree, I moved to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and attended the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center for anatomic and clinical pathology and became board certified in both areas. And then I completed my training in Richmond, Virginia at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for forensic pathology and became board certified there.
And once you left or got board certified there in Richmond, Virginia, where did you go after that?
I came back to Ohio and began working as a deputy medical examiner at the Summit County Medical Examiner's Office.
And you've been there ever since?
Yes, sir.
So how many years has that been?
Approximately 22.
And you were a deputy. At what point did you become the chief?
I became the chief in April of 2001.
So pretty much 20, was it 22 years now you've been the chief?
Since April 2001, I've been, so about 20 years.
Okay. Oh, 2001, I apologize. Thank you. In that period of time or in your career, how many autopsies, if you know, or approximate, have you performed?
I've performed over 3,500 autopsies in my career, and I've supervised many more of them.
All right. And you had told us that one of the primary functions that you perform is to determine the cause and manner of death.
Yes, sir.
So explain to us what that means.
The cause of death is the injury or the illness that results in that person's death. The manner of death describes the circumstances of death. We, as a medical examiner, have 5 choices. A clinician can only choose natural for those individuals who are dying from an infection or a malignancy or cancer or some other sort of natural disease, heart disease. We also have the option of choosing accident or an injury or a poisoning that's resulting in a person's death that was unintentional, suicide when a person is causing a self-injury or poisoning to cause their own death or injury, homicide when someone else causes the death of an individual, and undetermined if we cannot distinguish between 2 competing manners of death.
All right, and so if somebody is shot to death by another person, the cause would be?
It would be a gunshot wound.
And the manner would be?
Homicide.
Okay. So, just so the jury knows the basics, what do you do when you perform an autopsy?
When I perform an autopsy, I first have basic information about the circumstances that we know about this deceased individual. I will then go back and take photographs of this person in the condition as they are received, with their clothing on, any therapeutic interventions that were applied to that person. So we photograph the person as is. We will collect any evidence that we may need based upon what the circumstances tell us about the case. And then we will undress the individual, we will collect any evidence as needed, and re-photograph the individual. Once we're ready to begin the internal examination, we're going to draw some fluids. We typically will get blood, we'll get vitreous from the eyes, we can keep stomach contents if it's something we feel is necessary, we get urine to drug test people, and any other samples that we might decide are necessary based on the case. We will do an internal exam where we make an incision starting at each shoulder, down to the chest, down to the pubic bone, to expose all of the organs in the main part of the body. And if there are injuries on the outside of the body, we're going to correlate those injuries to what's going on inside of the body, looking for any disease and documenting that disease process as well. We also will look inside at the head. So we'll make an incision from ear to ear across the scalp, move the scalp away from the skull, open the skull, and look at the brain so we can look for any injuries or disease processes there. We will submit fluids for toxicology to see drugs and alcohol and what they're present. If we need to do cultures, we can submit that. We will get all of the information back, and we are going to create a final report and a final death certificate based on those findings.
And in also doing your determination of cause and manner of death, do you rely on outside sources?
Yes, my investigators will reach out to law enforcement and hospital and other medical entities to gather information about the person and about the incident. And they will provide us with those reports and that information. And if we as a pathologist have questions that need to be asked of those individuals, my investigator typically is that person who goes out and requests that additional information from other agencies so that we have that for review.
Is it fair to say that, there's sometimes where determining how a person died, whether it's homicide, suicide, accidental, is something you can't tell just from a physical examination and autopsy. Is that fair?
That's true. We rely very heavily on the investigative information and the circumstances to determine the difference between the various manners of death.
And so, for an example, somebody is found in their home with a gunshot wound to their head. If you just look at that person, you see a gunshot, you don't know if it was self-inflicted or somebody else did it unless you get information regarding an investigation and the circumstances, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that I believe you will say is not part of your job is to determine who the person is if it was at the hands of another person. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So your only determination is was it a homicide or wasn't it a homicide, not who did it?
Right. We determine what happened to that person and classify it by manner, but we don't get into who caused that injury to happen.
All right. And let's talk now about the reason we're here today, and that's the deaths of Gloria Hart and Lindell Lewis. Did you have the opportunity to make a determination in their cases as to the cause and manner of death?
Yes, I did.
All right. So let's talk specifically, since both individuals come from the same incident, we've combined them together. I think you put together a little bit of a PowerPoint to discuss that. So first of all, you're aware that the individuals, Gloria Hart and Lindell Lewis, were found at 719 Fulton Street and were there, and there was a house fire at that location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm gonna, we're showing you, this PowerPoint is States Exhibits 62, and it's on a thumb drive. It is, in this PowerPoint, there's 9 slides. Slide A, or the first slide, is a title page. I'm saying this for the record. So let's go to slide number 2. Tell us what we're seeing here.
Okay, slide number 2 is showing a photograph of the house where the fire took place, and in the upper corner there you can see both of the individuals, Gloria Hart and Lindell Lewis, as they're found deceased within the home.
All right, and so this is important to you, the location of where they were found and the circumstances surrounding it. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now you have, going to slide number 3, we've asked you to explain to us and to this jury some of the effects of fires and what that has on the human body. Can you do that for us?
Yes, within a house fire, you may wonder, well, why didn't this person get out of the house? Why were they having trouble getting away? And one of the things that I've learned from my colleagues that do the fire investigations is that smoke fills the house very rapidly, particularly if you're opening a window in order to try and escape. As you open the window and more oxygen comes into the room fills with very dark black smoke very rapidly, and you can no longer see where you're going, and you have difficulty in navigating. Also, the longer you're in that fire and the more you're breathing in the smoke, one of the things that you're breathing in is carbon monoxide. The carbon monoxide has a major effect on how well you're able to think and how well you're able to function. And because of that, you can't see where you're going and you're getting disoriented because of the effects of the carbon monoxide. It can impair a person's ability to escape that fire.
And let's go to slide number 4. So here you just talked a little bit about this, right? Carbon monoxide and the effects of it. And then you told us the effects it has on you, but I believe on this slide here it talks about, and you have a slide that says, how does it kill you? How does CO kill you? Tell us about that.
Yes, so carbon monoxide is an odorless and colorless gas. And you may be familiar with sometime in the wintertime, people have a malfunctioning furnace, and carbon monoxide will escape and can cause the individuals to die. Well, typically, if they're found while they're still able to be resuscitated, they've got a list of complaints, lots of headaches, weakness, they may be vomiting, chest pain, they're confused. What's happening with the carbon monoxide is your blood is meant to carry oxygen to your tissues, including your brain and your heart. And there is a chemical in your red blood cells called hemoglobin that holds the oxygen as it transports it initially from your lungs out to your body. When carbon monoxide is present, it holds on to that hemoglobin molecule much more strongly than oxygen does. And so it's taking up the space that oxygen would. So even if you've got enough oxygen in the environment that would normally support life, if carbon monoxide is there, it's just taking all the space the oxygen would. So it keeps you from getting the oxygen to your brain and to your heart and any of the other organs. So it just rapidly overwhelms the system and causes the issues that we've described.
And going to slide number 5 of the exhibit, does this help explain a little bit further? Is this the diagram here?
Yes, so as you're breathing, deep down in your lungs, there's some very small spaces where the oxygen gets pulled out of the air and crosses over into the blood vessels. And at the same time, the carbon dioxide that we breathe out is crossing out of the blood vessels into the air so we can breathe out and remove that from our system. So when we have that carbon monoxide coming in with the oxygen, the carbon monoxide is kind of a bully. It's pushing all the oxygen spaces away, and it's taking up all the seats on the red blood cells. So those red blood cells are leaving the lung and going out to the body, but it doesn't have the oxygen the body needs to carry on its business.
Okay, so let's take a break from the slideshow, and I want to talk about specifically the autopsy you did on these individuals. So starting with Ms. Hart, did you personally, in fact, perform an autopsy on Ms. Hart?
I did.
And please walk us through that. Now, you actually, after you do the autopsy, you then memorialize that in a report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what you're going to testify to, you put into a report, but of course it probably has a lot of terminology and information that we probably don't know how to interpret. So I'm going to ask you to go through the report with us and explain to us what we're seeing, what they're going to see if they get this report. Okay?
Yes.
All right, so first of all, the first thing you do, I think you already told us and explained that you're going to do an examination, clothing, and then you take them, wash them down, and clothe them. And I'm assuming you did that process for both Ms. Hart and Mr. Lewis.
Yes, I did.
All right, so then take us from there. What did you do? What happened next with Ms. Hart?
So as we're looking at Ms. Hart, we've weighed her and measured her, so we know that she's 5'7" and weighs 160 pounds. And she's basically a normal individual in her appearance, other than having some soot on the skin surfaces and in her airways. I documented what clothing she was wearing. She was in her pajamas, and that there was no medical therapies applied to her. So it was covering all of her exposed skin areas. It was in her mouth and down into the bronchial tree, which is the breathing airways. And she had a little bit of burn injury on the skin of the face, with some skin starting to slough off. As I did the internal examination, her heart was mildly enlarged, but not a huge amount. Her blood vessels were all wide open, so the heart was really relatively healthy. The lungs looked pretty healthy, other than the soot in the airways. Her abdominal organs all looked to be normal, as did her kidneys, and she has had a previous tubal ligation of her fallopian tubes. So basically, aside from the smoke inhalation, her body was pretty healthy.
All right. And, you know, as far as a lot of people think, oh, somebody, died in a fire, a lot of times people think, oh, they were caught on fire and they died. that's not, you don't die from the burns, or they didn't die from the burns in this case, correct?
Correct. In this situation, they are dying from inhaling all of the smoke and having a high level of carbon monoxide in their system.
All right. And for you as a doctor, how do you determine it? How do you see that?
Well, we will see the soot lining the airways because we're taking out the throat organs and taking out the lungs, and we can see the black soot deep down into the airways. But we also draw blood samples and we submit that to our toxicologist, and he can determine how much carbon monoxide is in that blood sample and can tell us what that percentage is.
All right, so let's talk about that. You had said that during an autopsy, one of the protocols you use is to take fluids, different types of fluids from individuals to do testing. Is that one of the things that you did here for the carbon dioxide levels?
Carbon monoxide, yes.
Monoxide, I'm sorry, yes. And you did that here?
Yes, sir.
And was there a result for Ms. Hart?
Yes. Gloria Hart had a carbon monoxide concentration of 73.4%.
And what significance does that have, that level? And let me actually move to the next slide here.
And so, Dr. Kohler, that screen to your right is on a solar arm that has the PowerPoint.
I'm not getting it. There we go.
That helps.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just realized it.
So, Doctor, I'm going to move to slide number 6 of your slide, of your presentation. So does this talk a little bit about that, those levels and the significance of it?
Yes, this is a chart that was taken from a forensic pathology text, which shows how as the percent of carbon monoxide or carboxyhemoglobin in the blood increases, there are symptoms associated with that. And I have a red box around the 30 to the 60 to 70% here. So at 30%, you start having headaches, fatigue, and judgment is disturbed. There's dizziness and dimness of vision. In an elderly person, 30% is enough to cause death. In a younger, healthier person, 30% is just going to cause impairment. As we increase that percentage of carboxyhemoglobin, you start seeing more headaches, confusion, and the likelihood of collapse. But at 60 to 70%, unconsciousness is present, respiratory failure happens, so they stop breathing, and if death will happen if the exposure continues. So with the 73.4%, she has reached the upper levels of this where she then stops breathing and death follows.
And I see you have a notation on the side there that the average, was it carboxyhemoglobin levels for people that die in house fires is 57%.
Yes, sir.
All right, so she was significantly higher than that.
Yes, she was.
As far as that measurement goes, if a person passes away in that house fire, does that level continue to go up just by being in that house with the fire and the smoke until they're removed by the firemen or rescuers?
No, the level will only continue to rise while that person is breathing and their heart is pumping. Once they stop breathing and their heart stops pumping, i.e. they're dead, that level is going to stay stable.
All right. In Ms. Hart's case, and let me go back. You find somebody such as this in a house that has been on fire. You find them. Is it possible that they could have died from a heart attack?
Yes, that is possible.
All right, so let's say they were trying to get out of the house and they had a bad heart, they have a heart attack. You'd be able to determine that, would you not?
We would be able to document that they had significant heart disease. If they are dying of a heart attack that's happening during the fire, many times we can't see evidence of that heart attack at that point. But we would see the evidence of significant coronary artery disease and probable previous infarction or heart attack evidence.
All right, and you didn't see anything like that. I think you testified that pretty much you had a little bit of an enlarged heart, but nothing of significance, and that the only thing you saw, that otherwise she was relatively healthy.
Yes, sir.
One of the other things you did is you did a toxicology on her, I think it were urine samples, is that correct from your report?
Yes, urine and blood.
All right. And so you have an actual toxicologist on staff too at your office, fair?
I do.
And did the toxicologist then test her urine sample and then report that back to you?
Yes, he did.
And what, if any, results were there for Ms. Hart?
The toxicology testing showed that the urine contained cocaine metabolites, and when we checked with the blood, there was alcohol present in the blood at a 0.196%, and the blood drug screen showed the metabolite of cocaine, which is benzoylecgonine, at 1,024 nanograms per ml.
And so you said that you found the alcohol in her blood.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so that number, I think you said, was it 1.9?
0.196.
0.19, I'm sorry. And is that the typical, like when we hear about DUIs and stuff, is that measurement the same?
Yes.
Okay. So she would have been above the legal limit to drive.
Correct.
All right. Now, cocaine, she has cocaine in her system. Are you in any, I know you quantified it with a number, but does that have any significance to you as far as her, the way she died?
The significance of the cocaine in her system is that that would impair her judgment above and beyond the level of the carbon monoxide that she had. So she was actively intoxicated at the time with both the alcohol and the cocaine, which would affect her ability to make decisions and to act appropriately in the face of any sort of emergency.
And doctor, you probably more than you like see cases of people that overdose or die from drugs. And I know that term overdose is probably not your favorite, but is that fair? Is that true?
Yes, we see a fair number of overdose deaths.
All right. And I said overdose, you don't use that term because why?
We typically use toxicity because it's a toxic effect of the drug on the system. The types of drugs we're seeing, there's no therapeutic amount, so it's not an overdose of a drug. It's a toxic effect of an illicit drug.
Okay, so like cocaine, there's no normal dosage for cocaine.
Correct.
Okay. In seeing all these overdose cases, how can you determine or make a determination that it wasn't from drugs and alcohol that she passed versus the fire, or versus the results of the fire?
In this situation, she has a very high carboxyhemoglobin, so she was alive long enough in order to breathe in the smoke to get a 73% carboxyhemoglobin, and that is the reason why she is expiring as opposed to the presence of the cocaine in her system.
All right. And we'll just, in slide 7 of 9, I think essentially gives us the information you had just testified about. Is that correct?
Yes.
And now talking about, well, let's finish with Ms. Hart. Ultimately, in your report, did you, or before you did your report, were you able to learn information from outside sources regarding how this fire started?
Yes, we were able to get a report from the arson investigators that indicated that the fire had been set by another individual.
So an intentionally set fire helps you to make that determination as to the manner of death. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
All right. So ultimately, with all the information you had collected in from your physical, autopsy, and toxicology, were you able to make a determination as to cause and manner of death for Gloria Hart?
Yes, I did.
And what was that determination?
The cause of death for Gloria Hart was soot and smoke inhalation. The manner of death was homicide, and how injury occurred is breathed in smoke from an intentionally set house fire.
And is that opinion that you've given here today regarding Gloria Hart within a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm going to show you when we marked as State's Exhibit number 61. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
To you. take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, State's Exhibit 61 is a copy of the autopsy report of Gloria Hart, and it includes the toxicology report as well.
Now I'm just going to put this up here for a second here. Well, I'll hold off on that. We'll do that at the end. Okay, let's move to Mr. Lindell Lewis. You also received the remains of Mr. Lindell Lewis on that occasion too, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you did similar to, as you did with Ms. Hart, you performed an autopsy in the same manner and method, is that true?
Yes, it is.
And could you, and I guess I'll go ahead and show you State's Exhibit number 63 for identification purposes. If you would take a look at this and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, State's Exhibit 63 is the autopsy report of Lindell Lewis, and it also includes the toxicology report.
All right, and both 61 and 63 are not the actual reports, they're copies of the reports that are certified in the bottom, is that fair?
Correct.
But they are accurate copies.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you would, just as you did with Ms. Hart, would you please walk through with the jurors so if they were to see this document, they would understand what happened and what you're reporting here?
Okay, for the autopsy of Lindell Lewis, again, we start with the demographics. He was a 65-year-old male who was 5 foot 11 inches long and weighed 266 pounds. He did have soot-like material in his mouth and nose. He had several scars present. He had a scar on the front of his chest from what's called a median sternotomy from prior heart surgery, a scar on the left upper chest from a pacemaker being implanted, and some drainage tube scars on his abdomen, and scars on his hips from remote hip surgery, and on his left anterior forearm, so on the front of his left arm. As I looked at him, just like with Ms. Hart, there was soot-like material covering the exposed skin and in the mouth and nose, and he also had some mild thermal injury. As I looked inside at the different organs and cavities, he had some significant heart disease in that his heart was very much enlarged. It's roughly twice the size that it should be, and the left ventricle was very thick. He had some severe coronary artery disease, which resulted in needing to have some bypass grafts performed, and the bypass grafts were patent. The heart was dilated. The lungs were relatively healthy, but they did show the soot in the airways, as we saw in his heart. The liver looked to be pretty normal, and the rest of the organs were the only change that I saw was in the kidneys. There were changes consistent with having had high blood pressure. And as I looked at the head, there were no bruising in the scalp and no bleeding inside of the head.
And I'm going to show you slide number 8 of 9. But before I do that, did you also have an opportunity to test him for carbon monoxide?
Yes, sir.
And what was the result of that test?
His carboxyhemoglobin was 57.5%.
All right, showing you slide number 8 of 9. And I think that summarizes a lot of what you've just told us here. 57%, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I did not ask you about his toxicology report, but you did a toxicology report on him as you did with Gloria Hart.
Yes, sir.
And what, if any, results did you obtain from that test?
The urine screen was negative for drugs, and the blood alcohol was also negative, so he had no drugs or alcohol on board at the time of the fire.
All right. And in this photograph, you're identifying for us the scarring that you had already noted in your report.
Yes, so he's got the scar on the middle of his chest from having had remote bypass surgery. His heart was enlarged from high blood pressure, and he had a pacemaker. Although I don't have an arrow to it, there's a bulge on the upper left part of his chest there where the pacemaker sat. And then he also had the hip surgery scar that was from a somewhat recent surgery.
And Mr. Lewis had a 57% level. Hers was 73. Is there any significance to the disparity between the two numbers for each of them, since they were both in the same room, same fire?
The biggest issue I would see here is that Ms. Hart was healthier than Mr. Lewis. As I mentioned, Mr. Lewis had a very enlarged heart. He's had prior blood vessel bypasses to his heart. So he is going to succumb to a lower level of carbon monoxide, as evidenced by the fact it was 57%. That's still high enough to cause death, particularly in someone who is impaired by having heart disease. But it shows that he did not breathe in as much of the smoke as she did for as long as she did, because his body was not healthy enough to keep him breathing that long.
And of course, well, I should say of course, these numbers, the fact that his is lower does not mean that he died first, does it?
No, it just indicates that his body died before he had time to breathe in as much soot. I don't know the exact timing, whether that's seconds before Gloria passed, or if it's minutes before, or if they're both surviving the same amount of time and just he's taking fewer breaths.
And there's a lot of variables to that too, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
If somebody's standing and breathing in more smoke versus on the ground getting less smoke and things of that nature, changes the timing of how the intake is, correct?
Yes, and the amount of activity of the individual as to how quickly are they breathing. So it's not possible to know the timing of one versus the other as to when they passed.
All right. Other than the things that you've just told us about, is there anything else of significance that you found in Mr. Lewis's autopsy?
No, sir.
And similarly to Ms. Hart, you received information from outside sources regarding the fire. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And did you rely on that the determination by the arson investigator that it wasn't intentionally set fire to come to a determination for Lindell Lewis?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so you made a determination as to cause and manner of death for Mr. Lewis?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
The cause of death was soot and smoke inhalation. The manner of death was homicide, and how injury occurred is breathed in smoke from an intentionally set house fire.
All right. And I believe in slide number 9, that summarizes what you've just told us. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And that opinion that you've given us regarding Mr. Lewis, is that within a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
Doctor, thank you. I appreciate it. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentlemen?
Yes, we don't have any questions.
All right, Dr. Kohler, I understand you're coming back in a week or two. So I'll just remind you that I have other witnesses. Please don't discuss the nature of your testimony here today or any ongoing testimony that you may present in the future, unless it's in
participation or anticipation with counsel, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Kohler. You're excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that we've concluded a little earlier than we anticipated, which is why we moved Dr. Kohler's testimony up today. We are where we expected to be, just some people didn't take as long as we thought they would testimony-wise. So we are going to take our break. I'll remind you, I'm going to give you the admonition, and then we're going to talk about scheduling. So remember the admonition I've given you at all of your breaks. It's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss the case amongst yourself with anyone else, including family, friends, and the media. You must not post or read anything about this case on the internet or any electronic device, including your cell phones. Any such discussion, if discovered, could lead to a mistrial and would severely compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence, and do not form or express an opinion until the case has finally been submitted to you. So as you know, Monday's a holiday, so the court is closed. And Tuesday, we made our modifications regarding our half day to accommodate some schedules and some other things. So you're going to actually have a 4-day weekend, so to speak, and we will then resume testimony on Wednesday, the 8th of September, and again, we won't be starting till 9:45 that morning, so if you'll be here about 9:30, and then juror number 7, whenever you get here, we'll start, okay? I don't think you're too far away, so I think that's why I said 9:45. It's between 9:45 and 10, we'll be fine, all right? And then I honestly, so, you know, we're pretty significantly into this. I hope you all stay healthy and safe, right? Keep our bubbles small, so to speak, and then we'll see everybody back here on Wednesday. Thank you. We're adjourned. Your notepads upside down on your chairs.
All right, please.
Thursday the 9th. She's residing in